everyone. This is Tessa, and welcome back to my channel. Today is the 29th, so we're almost to the end of Nano now. So those of you that are coming up on that goal might have to work a little harder. Some of you probably made it by now. I mean, some of you probably set really high goals, and some of you, like me, may have set smaller ones because I was able to make mine. But yeah, not everybody is going to make it. I didn't make it last time, unfortunately. So I was a little discouraged by that. But I mean, I was in the hospital most of them. That's when I broke my foot, and I was in the rehab hospital. So there was no way I was going to be doing Nano. So I had no choice but to skip that one. So this one, I don't make my, when I have a choice of making my goal, I usually don't make it very high. So I went ahead and made a small goal of 20,000 words, which I know is small for a lot of people, but I don't write a lot. And, you know, my writing is usually blog posts, short stories, maybe occasional poem. And for me, 20,000 words is a lot. And I have a book I'm still trying to get situated. It's with the editor now, and she's helping me with things that I didn't know I was doing wrong. And so it'll be changing. So I'm going from having like 60 some chapters, which people are like, what? It seems I was doing it backwards, and it should be scenes are the bigger one, and then the chapters. Whereas I was, I don't know how to explain it, except that I have gone from like 60 chapters to probably around, it looks like now I'm going to have approximately 7 or 8 chapters with a prologue and an epilogue. And it makes sense. She explained it to me and whatnot. It makes sense. So I'm glad I didn't start working on my next one, because I still haven't completely decided I want to write another one. Though with the way WordPress has been lately, I'm not too happy blogging because I just can't seem to get WordPress to work. And I don't know what's wrong with that. And I tried switching browsers. That was one of the suggestions. And it was even worse on Firefox. So I haven't tried to do the total refresh of Chrome yet, because that's the one I'm using. I don't want to shut myself down and not be able to get back in right this moment. So that's something I still need to try, as one of the suggestions I was given. But I don't know what else, except for Edge, which I'm not too fond of. That's any other browser left to use. And I don't know why all of a sudden, ever since WordPress went to doing, what are those things called? Podcasts. They put in technology that allows you to make your blog posts into podcasts. Things been messy ever since then. It just doesn't work half the time. I can't even do a simple post without having issues with it. And I've been trying all week to do this one post, and I was going to write the story, but I can't get anything up on WordPress. And I was going to write it right on WordPress. I wasn't going to copy it from Word or anything. I was going to write it on WordPress because it was just a short story, and I didn't need to draw out the big guns for a short story. But when it refuses to even let me enter text, there is definitely a problem. And I don't read the things a lot, so I don't know if other people are having the same issues as I am or not. So I've been, hold on, sorry. My daughter had a problem. Wasn't feeling well. So I had to see how she's doing today. And then she says she's okay, which doesn't necessarily mean she is. It's just one thing that people tend to say to each other. So unless she's in the mood to tell me anything, she's okay. I'm not going to argue with her. And maybe she is okay. Though chances are she's not. We'll see. They rushed her to the hospital yesterday with chest pains, but it turned out not to be anything cardiac related, thankfully. So she's got other issues, unfortunately, like me. And she has a lot of the same problems I have, so things get harder as you get older, and she's going to run into more and more of the things probably that I suffer from. We already suffer from almost the same exact things already, so she's a lot younger than me. But I was younger when I started all this stuff. So back to my writing, talking here. So I don't know if other people are having problems with WordPress or not. I don't like Blogger, so I really don't want to go back to Blogger. And unless I pay for a site, which isn't going to happen, and pay for, them to have WordPress through them, some of them will let you do. It's not a lot of options. And blogging is the one thing I enjoy doing. And, I can write prompts, I can write short stories, I can do whatever I want with my blog. And I was going to put my book up on there if I ever figure out what's wrong with it. I don't know if I can, at this point, once it's done, I don't know if I'll be able to copy paste it into the, or not, because it's not allowing any of that stuff. I can't even just type, like I said, a simple post. And I don't know if there's something I did that's wrong or something they're doing. So I don't know if I got something in here, a bug in here that's doing something. But I just tried a different browser and it wasn't any better. If anything, it was worse. Hi, Megan. How are you tonight? I know it's a little busy out there tonight with Sarah Sutton streaming. She's got a big crowd already over there. So I been having trouble with the blogging because I haven't been able to get it to work right. So all my, like short stories and stuff I like to write, I'm having trouble doing. And then I met somebody the other night on here, and she was just like you. She goes, I'm trying to find ideas. She goes, I can't find an idea. I just want to write a short story, and I can't find an idea. And she's like, I don't know what to do. She goes, I Googled, and I said, she reminded me of me and you, because I know we both struggle with story ideas. So, she was going through the same thing. And I don't know if she ever found anything. She goes, nothing appeals to me. You're working on your camp project. That's cool. How much longer? I mean, you're close to hitting your goal. Because we only got a few more days left, and then it's done. Yeah, I know you struggle. I see. I see the post where you're like trying to find ideas, and I know how hard it is, and that's why I, suggest prompts to a lot of people when they say that to me. But not everybody likes prompts, so it's not always an answer for everybody. So she was pretty frustrated. I don't know how many sprints she said, I'm still looking. I can't find anything. You're somewhere over 18K words to hit 20K. Oh, hi, Greg. I'm not hunting for ideas right this precise moment. I'm still trying to get my WordPress to work. Megan is the one, but she's not searching right now either because she's still in Nano. So she's got to hit her goal. Well, I don't know. That's not too bad. You got what, 3 days left? 29, 20, 29. I'm going backwards. 29th, 30th, 31st. You got 3 days left to hit it. So that's not too many. Hopefully you'll make it. But no, Greg, I'm not hunting for ideas at the moment because my WordPress refuses to work. I switched browsers. That did nothing. It was worse, if not. It was worse. Let's just say it was worse. I tried Firefox and it was worse. Megan says 2,000 words in like 3 days, so that's easy peasy. That's what I was trying to figure out, how many. I said, it can't be that bad. You got 3 days left. So that's pretty good. That's great. So I saw, Greg, where you said you have to start writing again. I was wondering if you were writing at all. So are we on, because I've seen chapter 4, so I gather you're writing 5 now? Or trying to? I know, it's hard to get back into it when you've been away from it for a while. The heck? Stupid gnats. I hate it. They're flying around my legs. Driving me crazy. Yeah, we had somebody on here last night. Not last night, sorry. Night before. I wasn't on here last night. The night before she was searching for ideas. I said, I know how hard that can be. I go through that. I have a lot of piled up ideas right now. I just need to. I'm learning from Melanie how I should be putting my book together. And it seems I was doing things backwards. Because I had 60 some chapters. And she's like, you scare them all away if they see there's 60 some chapters. 2 chapters and scenes were backwards. So I would drop from like 60 some to 7 or 8 chapters, and with an epilogue and a prologue. I said, well, that sounds a lot better. But it's going to be longer because some of my chapters were long and some were really, really short. But now they're going to be longer because we're going to switch things around, and there's going to be more in each chapter. So the chapters will be longer. There'll just be less of them. Confusing. That's why I didn't want to start until I understood what I was doing. Greg says, I forgot. I'm supposed to be doing this up here. I spent so much time on that video. Now I need to get back into writing mode. Also, I got an idea to make software to keep track of characters and aspects of a world. I want to explore that. To make software. Oh, cool. Sounds like could be fun. I mean, I personally write in the contemporary world, but people writing fantasy sometimes do have a need for something like that. So that's cool. Yeah, I keep forgetting. And dual, I have to do this up here so both people can see it. I mean, so far nobody from Twitch has been on here, so I don't think anybody missed anything. Now I've gotten an idea what I'm supposed to do, but I don't know if I'm ready to start writing my story. Very funny. You know, people have done that to me. Megan McCarthy is here. Aha! I've had people do that to me quite a lot. Funky likes to do that. Jump back and forth. Then the other night, Coffee Quills was doing it. I'm like, she was jumping back and forth. She's normally Twitch, and I didn't realize she was also part of YouTube. And she jumped on with her YouTube. Says, here I am. So I thought she was just Twitch, but she's YouTube too. So she jumped over to YouTube. So it was confusing with people jumping back and forth between the two of them. You're everywhere. Yeah, you're everywhere. Yeah, so I have to get it straight in my head what Melanie's trying to teach me before I start diving too much into another book. I really want to do my blogging, but WordPress is not cooperating, and I don't know what to do about that. I didn't try to do that refresh thing they told me to do because they said that it would probably shut down my Chrome, and I didn't want to do that, at least not when I'm in the middle of a stream. Firefox, that was even worse, and I had a heck of a time getting it to even start up after I downloaded it. That was a pain. I don't like Firefox, and Chrome is my browser of choice. And of course, my PC wants me to use, Windows 10 Edge, and I don't want to do that. I did at one time get used to it, and then they switched it, and then I got used to Chrome again, and now I'm back with Chrome. And sometimes I have to switch to Edge because something won't work, and I have to switch to Edge. And I might have to try Edge and see if it works with Edge, because it's not working with Firefox. So that's not the answer. So I don't know exactly what the answer is. But I'll probably spend some time fussing with it tonight, trying to see if I can pull off a couple blog posts or not. I had to download Firefox. I didn't even have it on this computer. I had to download it last night because I don't have it on here. So when I got the new computer, I didn't bother to put Firefox on because I don't use it. And it didn't come with it on. And but Edge is already on there. So I could try going to Edge tonight and maybe try working on Edge and see if I can use WordPress on there. Because I got, some short stories I'd like to work on, my blog and my prompts that I do during the week. I haven't been able to do them because it just, every now and then it lets me put a post through. Most of the time it quits. And no matter what I do, it won't. Which makes me wonder if there's a bug in there somewhere, but I don't know. So are you going to write tonight, Greg, or are you going to work on your software idea? Brainstorm or whatever it is you have to do. Right now, the 1st of August, I'm doing an ARC reading for Melanie. So I have to read that one. I can put some things off, but I can't put that off because that's an ARC reading for just before she publishes her book. So I have to do it. I mean, I read the original. I beta read it, so I have an idea what the story's about. So, are you writing tonight, Megan? I gather since you still have to hit your goal, you might be writing. Greg says I will try a little bit of work on my software, but I want to get at least a few words in tonight as well. Yeah, it's hard to get back into it when you start doing other things. Which is why I struggle sometimes. I get out of posting on my blog and then I have to get back into it. And now it's being fretful and not letting me when I want to. So, go figure. I know, Megan, you prefer 20 minutes. So if you're going to sprint and want me to put it down to 20, you want me to put it down to 20 or leave it at 25? Megan says she's 200 words left to write, but I'm a bit stuck, and I don't want to write this next part, but it must be done. I have to brainstorm. That can be rough. 20 minutes would be nice, or 25. I've got it set for 25. So if you're fine with 25, we'll leave it there. My fingers are numb. Today has been, I went to physical therapy for my foot, and my feet and hands are both numb now. Okay, 25. All right, so let's get the first sprint up here. Maybe I'll check Edge and see if that works. All right, let me find the timer. There it is. Okay, so I have it set for 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I'll be right there to put it on the screen. I know, I forgot the other night. I think we went through almost the whole sprint, and Greg's like, where's the screen? Where's the timer? I can't see the timer. Was it you? I don't remember. Somebody said it. It's like, where's the timer? Oops. I did an oopsie. Okay, so there's that. First sprint. And let me see what Edge will let me do. All right, Edge. All right, sorry about that. Right now I'm on edge, and it is actually letting me do a post, but it took me a little bit of stepping backwards to get back to this page and find the timer to boot. So sorry about that. Hopefully you guys were able to get something done. I got started on that story I've been trying to write. It's just a short one, a little prompt piece for now. It may become more. Right now, I don't think so. It's just one of a short story. Melanie says, you all know the drill. Still working till 8, just hanging out for now. Then gonna lie down for a few, and I'll be back later. Happy writing. Well, you're probably already lying down. I don't know what time that was. So we'll see you later. Excuse me. Megan says 136 words that time, and I've hit my daily work goal. I don't know if I'm going to try to get anything else done today. Well, that's only a decision that you can make. My personal thing would be, unless I absolutely couldn't, I would like to get ahead of the game, especially as close as we are to the end, and something could come up. But that's only a decision that you can make. We can't make it for you. So I'm glad you made your daily goal. That's good. I usually don't set word goals. I usually don't set goals, period. I mean, I have to for Nano, but as long as I hit I just write as long as I feel like it. I don't worry about goals. I know a lot of people have a certain amount per day or a certain amount of hours, or there's a lot of different ways to do it, and everybody's different. So yeah, do whatever works for you. I don't know if anybody else. Oh, there's Funky. Our buddy Funky's here. Hi. I went looking last night, but I didn't see a stream, so I'm like, okay. I thought it was last night. Maybe I had the wrong night completely. I have no idea. But I didn't find you, so. And Greg says, I managed to make an illustration for my software. Well, that's cool. Like for the cover or in the software itself? Yeah, I guess you probably mean for inside the software. I don't know much about writing software. I've written programs, but I haven't actually done software, so I'm not really sure. Funky says, I'm writing in a coffee shop, so I'm writing to real ambience tonight. There you go. I just heard today, and I don't know how true it is, that our state is going back to having to wear masks. And inside, a couple of stores are now putting the signs back out saying you have to wear masks to enter. So I tried asking my daughter if she heard anything, because I don't watch the news. And she said she saw that sign in the local Walmart. And that's the store they were talking about. So it may not have been signed yet by the governor, but according to the sign, the governor was supposed to be signing it. They're supposed to be signing that back into law again. So I don't know what's going on there. Funky says, yeah, I was doing 9:30 to 11:30 Eastern Standard Time last night. Well, I couldn't find you. What was I looking under? I could have sworn I pulled up Devin's thing, unless you weren't on there. And then I went to Funky Brights, looked under there, and I didn't see anything. So I couldn't find you, and it was after 9:30. Beck says for inside, yes, things like icons and light. Okay, gotcha. I know it takes those kind of things too to make software. Oh boy, this thing is slow as anything tonight. That's because I got 3 browsers open. Funky says Jenna was there for a bit. How did I miss it? How did I miss it? I looked for that last night, could not find it. Funky says the CDC is recommending it. Okay, so because last time the CDC recommended it, our state, our governor, he's a real pistol. Immediately, mask everyone and shutting things down. And hopefully they're not going to do all that, but I don't know. It's not looking good. I heard it's pretty bad out there. That my father's nursing home has it again in his wing, and he's not sick, but no more visitation again because they've got it again. So, and I just gotten comfortable taking it off. I mean, most of the time I go out, I'm going to the doctor, so I have it on. But like the other day, I finally went into the store without having it on. Though it was, I have to admit, it was underneath I pulled it down because I had just come from the doctor's. So it was still technically there. I could pull it up if I had to. But I noticed more people were wearing masks in the store than normal. But they didn't have up, at least yesterday. I don't know about today. I didn't go to the store today. And I did go to the doctor's for physical therapy. So, of course, there I have to wear it. Funky says, my doctor today even suggested I start doing it even though I'm vaccinated. Yeah, well, that's what they're saying. The vaccinations aren't working. So people are still getting it. I mean, the person at my dad's nursing home was vaccinated and had it before and everything and still got sick again. So it's not really working well. Lizzie says, hey, left another stream to come here because apparently my accomplishments don't matter. And I'd rather be with people who actually want me to exist. Okay, Lizzie, hi. Now, I'm going to say something I didn't want to have to say, but this is a writing stream, and you can talk about your life, but all of the talk about your therapists and the problems that you think you have with the therapists and your family, you're going to have to keep to yourself. I'm sorry. I've been getting private messages asking me to relay this on to you, that they don't want to have to deal with the therapy stuff. So you are welcome here to write. You're welcome to post snippets if you want to. You're welcome here. But I have to ask you to please not do what you did the other night and start the whole therapy thing and what they did and don't do and what your parents are doing and all that. So I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to say this. I would have said it privately if I could figure out how to get a hold of you, but there's like 50 different names on Instagram that could have been you. I found a Wix site that could have been you, but I don't want to be just contacting people I don't know and saying things. So I'm not telling you you're banned at this point, but I am asking that you refrain from all of that kind of talk. This is for mainly writing. You could say you and your family went for a fun day at Disneyland. I don't care. That's fine. But we have to keep the talk mostly to writing and stuff like that. So, it's not that we don't appreciate you. And we know you love to write and you write great and whatnot. And you're welcome to share anything you want here, except the stuff that belongs between you and your therapist and your family. Okay, please? Funky said he's seen an uptick in the last 2 weeks. Funky says hi to Lizzie. Maggot says, where were you that you didn't appreciate your achievements? To Lizzie. Funky says, good to see you. Lizzie says, yesterday I finished my pen pal romance, dropped to 98,643 words to 104,778 words. That's a great achievement. That's a lot of words. Now I'm working on freebie novella prequel with 2 side characters. Lizzie says, hi, Funky. Hey. Lizzie says to Megan, another writer place where they just glazed over my comment because it wasn't part of the conversation. Just very salty. Funky says it mainly keeps you from getting the infection, which is what hospitalizes you and possibly kills you. Yeah, that's basically what they said to us when they gave it to us. Or a bad infection. I gotcha. Lizzie says, I wasn't even talking about the therapist, but fine then. I guess I'm a dumb train wreck who pisses everyone off. Easy, Lizzie. I had to say that because I am unfortunately running a writing stream here and I'm getting private comments. This is not the place to discuss what your therapist did or didn't do with you, but you are welcome to share your accomplishments. We love to hear what you've got going on. Love to hear the little snippets you read. That's great. That's fine. And I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't see any other way around it. It's because it's gotten too much. Funky says easy there. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I don't know if you left. I try to be as polite as possible, but I have people complaining to me. Well, guys, I'm sorry to have to lay that clunk on everyone. That's not the issue that we got off topic. The issue was the topic she got off on, and I had a few people private message me about it, and it was a little bit more than normal. So I had to say something. I don't want to lose my whole stream over a child. Remember, she's a child. So we shouldn't be discussing that with a child anyhow. So it's not the issue of getting off topic. I have no problem with that. And this was just like what happened with Klacha. It got totally out of hand. I don't need a repeat of the Klacha thing, because that happened with Klacha too. I started getting people messaging me that, they can't be there if that was going to be going on. And this is a writing sprint. I have to, I didn't want to hurt her feelings. I would have told her privately, but she's, like I said, you know how many Instagram things look like Lizzie? You know how many websites are out there, and she uses her real name half the time. So I've tried to tell her that's not a good idea either. Somebody end up finding her. So if it was my child, I wouldn't want them doing all of that. And it's not fair to her parents. And I don't want to upset her parents. So I don't know what to say. I hate to have to do that. Funky says, just be careful, Lizzie, if you see this. I agree, and I worry about her. I mean, I had children that were young, and in today's world, she doesn't understand. She's giving out so much private information. I could find her, and I'm not. If I can find her, someone else could find her. That she doesn't want finding her. I don't think she understands this. And we've had this discussion with her many times, and I don't want to see her getting hurt. But she puts so much of her personal life out there. It's not good. So I don't, like I said, I didn't want to have to do this. I was hoping, but she started right off with come because nobody wants her anywhere else. It was just going to start again, and I can't do it again. So Lizzie, if you're still listening, I'm sorry. And you are welcome here. You just have to watch what you say. And please, if you're on another website, watch some of the stuff you're saying. You're putting so much personal information out there. People could find you. And I don't want to see you getting hurt. I mean, I've got personal information out there, but I'm at least an adult and make the decision. But you're a child. Okay. Now that everybody's down in the dumps, I don't know how many people want to leave now. I hope not. And the persons who actually messaged me, I'm not sure are even here right this moment, but this happened before, and I got private messages, and I got people upset, and I don't want to upset anybody, but I don't want people getting hurt either. Funky says, let's laugh out loud. Funky says, I'm trapped in this cafe, so I ain't going anywhere. You may be the only one. You might be the only one. I don't know. I didn't want to do this. I really, honestly didn't want to do this, but I didn't know what to do. It's stuck between a rock and a hard place. If that was my child, I'd be horrified. He's not the only one. Greg says he's not the only. Wait a minute. He's not the only one. Not the only one stuck. Funky says there are 4 other lurkers. Well, if they stay, then what can I say? Yeah. Greg says he's not the only one. But he's not the only one what? Stuck? If I look at the counter, it's going up. I mean, so I guess everybody's not going anywhere, or at least has nothing to say. I don't want to have an argument with anybody. They've already had enough grief from the people who are uncomfortable with what's been going on. So Greg says I'm not the only one not going anywhere. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. Megan says I was here. I was just feeding the dogs, plural. Greg says probably a good time to sprint. And then Funky says, is that a euphemism? Whoops, it jumped on me. Is that a euphemism? Yeah. Whenever something uneasy comes up, it's time for a sprint. It's like time for everybody to calm down. Funky says I was feeding the muse. Gibberish says just stopping by to say hi. Hey, Gibberish. Nice to see you. Working tonight or getting a chance to relax? Funky says, hola, Gigi. I think he calls you Gigi all the time. Megan says, haha. No, they're definitely real dogs. Yeah, I think we ought to have a sprint and let things calm down a little. I don't know if she'll come back or not. She might be one of the lurkers. If you're lurking, Lizzie, I didn't do that to be me. Really, not. Just want to help you be safe and live to continue writing those books you love to write. So, okay. Time for another. Hopefully, it'll let me come back next time. I had so many things open, it just was sluggish and I couldn't get moving. I probably should close Firefox since that's not working. All right, set the timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And hopefully I will see you all back in 25 minutes. And if you're not here, bye, Gibberish. We'll see you another time. Oh, let's see. She says, I'm not working and I'm not relaxing. Honestly, my mental health is so crap and I've been shutting everyone else. So, I won't talk much. But that's fine. You don't have to. I mean, if you want to work and read a book or something, feel free. You can understand the mental health stuff, believe me. Okay, so I just finally, I think, because Firefox refuses to let me use my WordPress, Edge so far is letting me, so I'm going to go back to Edge and try working on my WordPress again and see what happens. I think before you got here, Funky, I was saying that Firefox is worse than Chrome. And I didn't have time to do that refresh thing or try to do it. And I don't want to shut myself down right now during the thing. So I have to wait on that. But right now, I just went to Edge, even though I didn't want to go to Edge. Edge appears to be working. So, all right, this is the second sprint. I usually lose track of keeping track. Funky says, be right back. Got to run to the restroom in this cafe, so I need to shut down everything for a sec. Okay, we'll see you in a little while. Hi, Melanie. I'm not sure if you're back or just popping in. I have the dreaded talk. Edge let me, I know I still got 8 minutes left. Edge let me actually post a post. So I might have to use Edge because that seems to be working. That means changing everything over to Edge because everything's saved on Chrome, but we'll see. Melanie says, I'm back just reading for nails online for work. The dreaded talk. Uh-oh, what I miss? We'll chat after the sprint. Yeah. We'll chat after the sprint. And not feeling super happy right now. So we went to a sprint to alleviate some of the stress. uh, so I got one blog post done. Now I'm trying to read some of the comments. And I don't want to wait too long. I was hoping it would be closer to the end of the timer because my computer's really slow getting back and forth. And I'm on a different browser and I have to come back, and it takes a while to switch browsers. So let's see. I need to copy something else from this one. Thank you, Melanie. All right, let me go. I got 5 minutes. I'm going to take this back and try to get another one set up since it's letting me do post. Find it again. Oh, Edge. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, I made it back this time without getting lost. And I got back just in time to let the timer run down. So, all right. So let's see. I got one blog post done. And now I'm looking through comments. I'm not sure if I'm going to do any more blog posts or not, because I looked at a couple of the prompts for today and they're not speaking to me. So I'm not sure I'm going to actually do anything with them, but we'll see. Megan said, I ate a snack, got a drink, did nothing productive. Eating and drinking is very productive. It's essential for our well-being. Funky says to Megan. Oh, I love that expression. Melanie says, hey, Megan and Funky. Funky says, word to your Mothra. Melanie. Melanie says, finish the chapter in the book I've been reading. It's intense. Very well written with a bunch of plot twists. Not a good read if you've experienced gaslighting. Melanie says, although if you can separate reality from fiction, it is a darn good book. Funky says, got some decent editing done. That's good. Melanie says, ice, ice, baby. Oh my goodness. Too funky. I remember Ice, Ice, baby. Melanie says, speaking of blogs, I need to draft my second post for next week. I'm starting a personal writing blog, and the first post is drafted. Just need to get the second planned out. Personal writing blog. Will it deal with writing for other people, or do you mean personal as in your own little place on the web that only you get to see? Just personal writing blog kind of threw me. Melanie said, just realized that Funky that said Mothra instead of mother. So wait, is this a Vanilla Godzilla remix? Oh my goodness. Funky said, I've started the 22 Murders of Madison May. Not here on the stream, but earlier. Great book so far. Melanie says, oh, I have to write that one down. Funky says to Melanie, I can see him in tennis shoes doing the dance in the video. Melanie says, my own place where I'll share my life experiences, writing advice for all to peruse. Okay, so you didn't mean personal as in nobody else will see it. You just mean experiences for everybody with life. I got you. Some people set up blogs just to be like journals, you know. They don't really post them for everybody to look at. Funky says to Melanie, Max Barry's stuff is so good. Melanie says to Funky, yes, that is a great mental image. Melanie says, I'm reading Behind Closed Doors by B.A. Paris, a recommendation from my mother-in-law. She gets excited about books, but she was adamant that I read this one. I'm trying to think. It doesn't sound, I don't think I've read it. And Melanie says, and I love how the author sets you up for something good to happen, then rips it away by the end of the chapter. Oh, man. Uh-oh, Funky found something. Probably something for you, Melanie. Hmm. Melanie says, "Oh my God, are you serious right now?" Oh man, what did you send her? Funky says, "Aha." Good thing Nightbot's not here, Melanie. He'd attack you for that one. All those emojis. Oh my goodness. Melanie says, check out the link in the next sprint. I promise you'll love it. Okay. If I can find it by then. Right with Melanie, but wait for the sprint because of copyright. Gotcha. And make sure that I'm muted so it doesn't go out over the. Megan says, that was bizarre. Oh my gosh. Don't play it on stream. It's Godzilla dancing to Ice Ice Baby. Oh, that's gotta be something else. Yeah, I have to make sure I remember to mute myself when I go so it doesn't come out over the stream. Melanie says that was a great dive down the YouTube rabbit hole. Too funky. Holy cow. That's funny because you guys were talking about that, but I thought you were being funny. Didn't really expect him to find something. Melanie says, like, something that was so random, this chat actually exists. Only on YouTube. No, they say you can find anything you want on YouTube. I guess they're right. Because that was so totally random. I never expected you to come up with something. Honestly. Funky says, I use the term dancing loosely. Well, I can imagine Godzilla's pretty clunky. Melanie says, we were just being funny, Tessa. That's what's great about this. Yeah, I know it was supposed to be funny. I didn't think you were being anything else. What did you think I thought? Funky says it's edited well. Last night on Charlie's stream, he was giving thanks and he was giving a party and he had dancing crabs. I don't know what the song was. And Greg says, aren't you going to get in trouble for copyright? He says, no, it's available. They say all over that it's available to be used. But these crabs were dancing and it was pretty funny. Megan says it's 106 degrees outside. I can't believe how hot it is. It's 76 here. 106. That's what, 40 degrees hotter than where I'm at? That's ridiculous. We had a really nice day. Today was actually pleasant. I don't have air conditioning in my car. It quit working. And I had to go to the physical therapy. And I got in the car. And I thought, wait a minute. It's not that hot out here. I'm not going to die today and from the heat. Melanie says for a video from 2013. The more you write, the farther up it goes. I may not be able to find it. Melanie says, oh my God, yuck. Where are you from, Megan? Funky is, yeah, my son learned that crab song on piano. That was pretty funny. The crabs were dancing. Looked pretty good they look like real crabs too. But they were dancing. Melanie says, this is a classic from my time in 7th grade. It's safe to play. So Melanie put up a link. Now I got 2 of them I got to find. Megan says, I'm in Phoenix, so it's not that big of a surprise. Oh, okay. Arizona. Yeah. How's that dry heat going? That's what they always tell us. But it's dry heat. It's not that bad. Melanie says, oh, yeah, that's uncomfortable heat. Man. Right with Melanie. I'm sure Funky Side will share the link again for you when the sprint starts. Might have to, because with all these messages, it'll have disappeared. Funky says, cafe closes soon. Gotta go find a new spot. Oh, no. Oh, is that the one I'm supposed to? So I don't want to click on it now. Right with Melanie says, dry heat. That's what they always tell us. Oh, it's nothing. It's dry heat out there. Funky says it's hot as hell here in South Carolina as well. Well, 76 here, and it was nice all day. It was really pleasant outside. I was outside for quite a while, so I was surprised. Megan says it's surprisingly humid today, so it's not very fun. I thought it was supposed to be dry heat. That doesn't sound like dry heat. Copy it into Notepad, Tessa. It's worth a lot. Oh, God. Notepad. I haven't the faintest idea where Notepad is on this computer. Are you guys still suffering a heat wave? We had one here for a few days. It's over now. I am sure it was nothing like what you get in some places. All right, I'm going to start a sprint so I don't lose this thing because I don't even know where Notepad is. Melanie says hi to Greg. All right, let me start the sprint and try to get, don't push that thing out of the way so I can get to it. Timer. Reset it. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I'll be back. Make sure I'll mute it here. All right, Megan. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Try to cool off. Man, that's terrible. We're getting a thunder shower. Just the temperature's rising now. Oh, goody. Oops. Didn't mean that to happen. I forgot to mute it again. Yeah, Funky. Hopefully you'll be back. I found Notepad. Thank you, Greg. I didn't even know they still had it available, to tell you the truth. I put it down on my taskbar for now. I didn't know it was still available. I don't go into Edge too often. I don't care to, but now that it looks like I'm going to be doing my WordPress on Edge, because I'll get used to using Microsoft again, right? I'm used to Chrome. Oh, now the hamster dance didn't. The damn hamster didn't dance though. I went to see the hamster dance. I saw the other dance, but I didn't get to see the hamster. Melanie says, I've decided before I sit down to work, I need to reorganize the office a bit. You're always reorganizing. It's been in a state of disarray for a few weeks after the husband and I made the decision to not move. Oh, you're not moving. You're always rearranging your office. You leave the mess in here. I can't find anything. Like we were supposed to be the first weekend of August. I remember you talking about the move. Okay, not move. Melanie says, Tessa, I love you. There was one video out there where the hamster dances. The link I shared was just the song. Always puts me in a good mood. I wanted to see a dancing hamster. I saw a dancing Godzilla, and now I want to see a dancing hamster. And then saw dancing crabs last night. Ooh, gosh, I could barely move. Physical therapy. Oh, and I never took my pain medicine. No wonder I'm in such pain. Never took my pain medicine, and I had all that physical therapy. I have to go. We still got time. I got 12 minutes left. I'm going to go get my medicine. I'll be right back. That was cute. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Melon. I'm supposed to starting something else now. It's only a few minutes left. I might as well wait for this to run down. So we've got Megan headed off. Funky had to go look for a new location. I'm trying to think if there's any prompts I missed for the week that I feel like doing. It's only Thursday, so not a Friday. Is it Friday? Well, there's 3 words. That's every day. Oh, Friday is the 21 words. 3 words plus the 21 words. Friday sprint. Prompt. What am I talking about? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Oh, and I left that up there. All right, how do I get this off of there? There we go. Didn't mean to leave that up there. I've lost a subscriber. I don't know if it's who I think it is or not. Because they go up and down all the time. You can't tell. All right, so how did we do? I listened to silly songs and dances. Needed something to laugh about anyhow. That helped. Definitely helped. Oh, I think that was probably the 3rd sprint, not the 2nd one. I'll just put the sprinting banner on because I can't remember. Keep track of it. Okay. So Melanie says, so far I've cleared off my bookshelf, moved said bookshelf, dumped contents of a litter box into a trash bag. Now I'm vacuuming real quick. Vacuuming. I always have trouble with this word. Oh yeah, you did spell it wrong. I didn't even notice it. Funky said I found a spot, but I have no idea how long it will last. Well, you're here for now. Melanie has to organize before she can do anything, just to clean up her spot. She'd go crazy if she could see my mess around me. I'm surrounded by piles of stuff. And it doesn't bother me one bit. So I watched the little hamster dancing. No, Nisa, I'd have fun organizing your space. I wish you were closer. I'd say have at it. Because for me, I can't. I don't know how. My daughter's got the knack for organizing, and she's working on organizing a lot of my apartment, besides helping me downsize. And surrounding me, you can see some of the mess behind me, but you can't see all the mess in front of me on the computer desk and on the computer table and on my bookshelf that's next to my computer. You can't see all that. Yes, I enjoy Godzilla dancing. Thank you, Funky. And thanks to Greg, I finally found Notepad, but don't need it right now. But I put it on my taskbar for right now. Maybe I'll remember where I got it from. I never even thought to look in Microsoft 10 for it. I was watching, while I was watching the video, I looked down at my number count and it dropped again. So I'm wondering if our little friend has unsubscribed in a fit of fury. She just have to go have her fury somewhere else. That's one of her problems. And if she's lurking, oh well. She needs to know reality. Funky said, I don't think you were asking all that much. I didn't think I was either. And I am concerned for her safety, and I have told her this before. She was putting her personal name and everything else out on the web. It's still out there from what I can see. And I told her her parents would probably not be happy with that. I don't think her parents really know what she's doing. Like any parent. I can't say that every parent knows what their kid is doing, because we don't. I mean, mine are grown now, so I don't have the same problems to deal with. But, I told her that. I told her. Let's see. Wait a minute. Melanie says, oh, did you have to talk with her, Tessa? Yes, I had to. And I had to do it on here because I can't be sending messages to all those people out there that are probably her but may not be her. So I can't be sending, if I had an actual knew for sure it was her, I would have done it personally rather than this way. But the first thing out of her mouth, she starts complaining about all the other streams not wanting her on there, and she's home now, and I felt bad. And then she said what she had done, this, and this what she got done, and this, I said, that's great, Lizzie. And then I had to give her the speech. And okay, it is bothering me, Greg. Yes. And I told her she could talk about anything else, but she's making people uncomfortable. And I said, you could talk about your family. If your family went on a vacation to Disneyland, fine. That's not a problem. But you can't talk about your personal life on here like you have been. And I don't know. So yes, Greg, I am bothered. I didn't want to do this. I don't like doing this. I hated it when Klatscha made me do it. And now I got someone else, another child, making me do it. And just, it's upsetting. She's 16. Funky says I didn't know her exact age. She's 16. Oh, she tells the whole world everything, which is what I've tried to explain to her, how dangerous it is to tell people how old you are, giving them your personal name, telling them where you're located. We all know where she lives. She tells us all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know she's not supposed to be on social media, which is probably why there were frequent username changes. And you're probably right. I went on there the other night and I kept finding them one after the other in some variation. And I know the girl's name. I could find her. If I was hell bent on finding her, I could find her. And I can't. I tried to make her understand that it's dangerous. And she shouldn't be doing that. And she's like, oh, well, it's it's a common name. And I'm like, Lizzie, no, you can't. And so I go looking the other night to try to tell her personally. And I don't know how many Instagram names I came up. I came up with websites, and they're her. They use the same sort of avatar. They have the same name. Somewhere on there, it's either Lizzie Lakes, Libby. She uses Libby too. And there's her real name, her last name. And I've told her before about this, and it's still out there. And she's creating a new site. Yep, I found a new site. So, she's told us many times how old she is. She's only 16. That's why she's, got all these family problems. Courtney's here. I can get to it. Hi, Courtney. Melanie says, hey, Courtney. Funky says, yeah, hopefully she can come to understand that we don't mind her being on here. I hope to catch her before. That's why I gave her the positive before I plunged into the negative. And I was hoping that she would hang around because I said that, it's great, but then, I had to. So I was trying to give the positive to get her to stay around, to understand that she's still welcome. She just has to stop the other stuff. So I don't know what to do. She might come out of it and come back. She's done it before and come back. Melanie says, you have to protect your channel, though. Yeah, and I have to worry about that. I have to worry about her parents coming after me. I don't need her parents coming after me because we're all giving her advice. We're adults. She's a child. And, yeah. Funky says, yeah, 16, a volatile age. Exactly. And it's a bad age. And she's got these problems, which she loves to tell the world about when she's feeling bad. And I understand. We've talked about these things before. And it's not that. It's a lot of other things. Oh, no, who are we talking about? Yes, it's the person you're thinking. Is everyone okay? We're fine. She's got pissed off and left. But like I said, I told her we can't have that. I'm sorry. Yeah, You know you understand. You were here before when this happened. And I said, I have people coming to me asking me to, let her know that they don't want to hear this stuff. They come for writing. They don't come here for that. And I was trying to do it as polite as I possibly could. Like I said, if I could have pinned her down to a private social that I could, contact her on, but she's got like 15 or so, at least that I know of, Instagram names, because she's too young to be on all this stuff. So she keeps creating them, and somebody complains, I guess, and she runs. So, yeah. All right. I need to forget about that because it's bothering me, yes. Melanie says, the username I found to communicate that you were home from the hospital is the one that's gone. Well, I know the new one that we got the other night we talked about is there because she liked my post and she used that new one. And I'm like, streams. She streams in it. I'm like, what is she talking about? She doesn't stream. So I'm not sure which one. She has so many of them. I don't know. Like I said, there's tons of them. Ooh. There's Jenna. Hey. Nice to see you. How are you feeling today? Better, I hope. Melanie says, hey, Jenna, how are you doing? Jenna says, I know who you're talking about. Well, you missed the performance earlier, but yeah, you know who we're talking about. Chances are she's just going to go somewhere else. But then again, she's done that before and come back. She gets mad at me, but comes back. So we'll see what happens. Now, you think she's 15. I thought she was 16. That's even worse if she's 15. Jenna says, I am good and I sweat that I can type. You're worried that you can type? Or is that a mistake? Jenna says, ugh. Melanie says, we know what you mean, Jen. No worries. Courtney says, she's mentioned that her parents monitor her account, so hopefully they'll keep her protected. I did much worse than when I was that age. I'm still alive. Yeah, she claims that her parents monitor her account, but she's out there using her personal name on the social sites, and I don't think her parents would like that too much if they knew that. So I don't think her parents know what she's doing. I don't think they have any idea. Jenna says, agreed at Courtney. She's mentioned that they monitor, but I don't believe it. Because she told me that when I found her website, said Libby, she goes by Libby too. I said, you can't be using your real name. She goes, but it's only my dad's name, and I didn't use my first name, so why does it matter? I'm like, it matters. I have enough information to find her, and I don't want that information to get in the wrong hands. But I can't get that through to the child. And that's it. She's a child, and she's rebelling. And so I'm being mean today. I'm picking on her. So. Oh, well. Right with Melanie, also you're protecting your subscribers. Well, that's the other thing. I said it was making other people become uncomfortable. And that, yeah, she needs to respect boundaries. She wants to be respected as well. If she had started out with, what a wonderful day and all this, but no, she started out complaining because she's had to come here because nobody else wants her on their stream. And they ignore her and they this and they that. And, so I started off nice. I complimented her on that. That was a great amount of words. She did great. And then I had to start the other thing. But Funky says, I had not thought about that. You're right. You definitely don't need to be put in a legal situation. Exactly. Because I don't know what my liability is. We've been given a minor, and we know she's a minor. She says that she's a minor, information and advice, and I don't think we should be doing that. But she kind of put us in that. So. Funky says, you mean people don't come here for the witty repartee? Sometimes it's not so witty, but Melanie says, I mean, that's what I come here for. If I get work done, that's a plus. Hey, there you go. Jenna says, I don't plan on working tonight. There you go. Jenna says, you almost have the apartment cleaned out. Guys, you guys work fast. Oh, but you got stuff. You got a pile of stuff to look through. Okay, I gotcha. My garage is full of stuff to look through, though. To say you did a really fast job, but yeah, packed it up and look at later. Funky says, I'm not seeing anyone else's chats in the chat room. I wonder if this connection is horrible. You're not seeing anyone else's chats in the chat room. You mean on YouTube? Wait a minute. I'm seeing a bunch of stuff on the website that's not. That's not over on StreamYard. The website has a bunch of stuff. Wow. Let me come back here to StreamYard. Because this stuff is, now it's starting to show up, I guess. The website had all this stuff and it wasn't showing up here. Melanie said, big hugs, that might be a fun experience. Jenna writes, see all the memories. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Jenna says, I am assuming you told her to kind of watch what she says on here. Yeah. I said I was getting people messaging me. This is a writing, not a spot for her to discuss her therapy and her family problems. Jenna says she drops a lot of heavy stuff in here that might need to be shared. Might not need to be shared. I don't know. It may need to be shared, but not with us. Jenna says there's a lot of nice stuff. Melanie says to Courtney, that's a good point. Although life is much different now for teenagers than it was for us, I'm a millennial myself. The internet was still fairly new. Cyberbullying and stalkers are very real threats with kids. And I tried to get that through to her, that she shouldn't be doing that, especially with her real name. Her parents, I'm sure, would not want her using their name. Yeah. No, I wasn't seeing them either. I had to go to the website. It wasn't showing up in here, so I didn't see any of that stuff. Funky says, sorry, my connection is terrible. If I'm seeing peeps in chat. Funky says to Jenna, yo. Hi. Molly says, it's okay, Funky. We've been seeing you. Jenna laughs. Thought you were ignoring me, Funky. So bizarre. It was bizarre. When I went on the website, I could see all the stuff. I'm like, none of that's on my screen. Where did all that come from? The whole conversation I missed there. Oh, man. All right, I got to get through these. I got too much. Funky says, I guess that's what I get on public Wi-Fi. I would never ignore you. To Jenna. Jenna says, oh, you're not home. Melanie says, well, she's here only because no one else wanted her to be present. That tells me that she wasn't necessarily thrilled being here either, that it was the last resort. Yeah, and she said that enough times. Oh, it's nice to be here because, you guys let me be myself and talk and listen to me. And, well, she did all this and other things. No wonder why. And I'm the, of course, nice person that allows it to go on until I get to a certain point, and then I got to say, all right, pull the cork. Melanie said, well, she's here only because no one else. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Funky says, I saw your name pop up on video and was like, WTF. I almost said what that. I almost said it. I'm like, no, don't use that word. Not on here. Jenna says, I have been here for an hour. An hour? I haven't been seeing your things either. Funky says, how dare you, Tessa? Not witty. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I missed so much of the conversation. I don't know what's going on. Funky says to Jenna, Jenna says, wow. No, Funky says, wow, to Jenna. Jenna says, I'm kidding. I haven't been. Okay, I was going to say, I know we just had a problem with all those messages not showing up, but I didn't think you'd been here for an hour. Jen says, there's still furniture to move, but brother is handling that, not me. Well, that's good. At least you don't have to worry about that part of it. Melanie sits back and enjoys the banter between Funky and Jenna. Funky says, Tessa, just read my post about not seeing the chat room from a while back. I saw something about me being, no, what did I see about witty? I saw something about witty. But this thing has been, I don't know, crazy. I have no idea what it said. Jenna says, isn't it great, to Melanie? Funky says, I can't type. Okay. Melanie says, oh, it's Jenna. I finally repurchased my own membership to Planet Fitness. So I'm going to go after work tomorrow to a power walk on the treadmill, use the massage chair, then switch. Melanie says, over to the hydro massager to kick off my weekend. Funky says to Jana, I am so thrown by your, is this supposed to be insult that I can't even type your whole name? Is everybody taking leave of their senses? Melanie says to Funky, don't you mean I can't type? Oh, no. Jenna says, I need to look into that again myself. I miss it, although I don't have a lot of time. Funky says, see? It's Jenna's fault. Yay, it's Jenna's fault. And she was the last one here, I think. Her or Courtney. Jenna laughs. Melanie. Shanna says, it's always my fault, and pouts. Funky says, she is messing with me. Oh, listen, you two, don't start. I had enough problems with children today. I don't need you two starting. Funky says, nice try. Just jumped on me. Melanie says, I'm about to use my powers of the wrench and still a no all caps rule in chat. Hey, if Nightbot was still turned on, it would come up like it did the other night and do that when Kelly was doing the all caps. Right, with Melanie, and this book will be the earmark for preparing for the next sprint. I need to reorganize the books on my bookshelf. You need to reorganize the books in order to write? Oh my goodness. Funky says to Melanie, Nightbot has returned in disguise as Melanie. Melanie says, so bizarre, you say. It's Funky. Funky, yeah, 5 hours ago. Jenna says, I might get a bookshelf for my room. I have a few piles of books on my floor. I'm happy. Oh, for Funky only, we have a link. From Melanie. Melanie says, honestly, Jen, I'm beginning to enjoy the aesthetics of the floor level book piles. Funky says, perfect video. I would kind of like to see the titles. Dennis says, have some space to pile other things on, you know. Melanie says, yep. All right, I gotta go. I got too many of these here. I think it is Pickle and Funky Night, Jenna says. Funky says, speaking of piling on, Melanie says, so much for my earmark. Jenna says, you know you love me, Funky. Funky says, we are the earmark ruiners. Funky says to Jenna, I am starting to wonder, Trixie writer. Jenna says, I'm winded, Funky. Funky says, oh yes, I can't wait for her to read my response. Here we go. Yes. Funky says, Tessa, you just read my Nightbot post. Well, I'm sorry. I just got it. Jeez. Can't read what's not there. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Melanie says, I don't need to reorganize the bookshelf to write. I need to finish the tasks I started. Funky says, Jenna. Funky says, crap. Funky says, see. Melanie says, I think we need to sprint. Funky says, Jenna, see what you've done? Melanie says, this one time I'll use all caps. Stop talking and let Tessa catch up. Yay, I agree. Shanna said, what's that, Funky? Funky says, wahaha. Funky says, Tessa, feel free to skip all of Jenna's posts in order to catch up. Oh, you were so sweet. Melanie says, ooh, stones have officially been thrown. Thrown. That's a good one. Good one. All right, we're caught up. Let's start a sprint before something else happens. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Jenna's leaving. She's offended. Oh. You want to unsubscribe too? I mean, I already had somebody, which I'm sure was our little miss, unsubscribe earlier. So you want to join her? Melanie yells no in all caps. Okay. I need to eat something. That's it. Melanie shakes fists at Funky. I am going to go eat something. I will see you guys, children, in a little while. I wonder if Courtney's still here. Probably scared her away with all this nonsense. Funky says, I'll snap. Tessa's getting hungry. Hangry. Oh, I'm getting hangry. Yeah, I'm getting hangry. Jenna says, nah, I miss some of you too much. Funky says to Jenna, you are not allowed. Melly says to Courtney, at least we can tag her. Come back to us, Courtney. Jenna says, I am here until 8, is it? Yes. In your part of the world, it'll be 8. Yeah, I need to get some food. But hopefully we didn't scare Courtney away. All right, I got food. I'm going to go eat it. I'll see you later. Bye. Okay, Funky. We'll see you another night if you can't get back. I was eating cold Kentucky Fried Chicken and started choking on it. Can't get it to go down, down. It's stuck part way. Man. Oh, all right. Funky Mary not be able to make it back. That song Melanie, I must have been not my time. I don't really remember it. I just saw your picture of the cat in the bookcase. How cute. uh, almost forgot what I was doing. Okay. Jenna, you were having fun picking on him. That was obvious. Did it freeze for anyone else? I don't know. I wasn't on the page, so I'm not really sure. And it might have. It happens sometimes. And of course, what I see is different from what you see. Well, it's possible. It was really messed up the other night for sure. He makes it way too easy for me. Yeah, Melanie. That's it's done already. That was fast. I was busy trying to eat cold Kentucky Fried Chicken, and because I like it cold, and I started choking on it. I'm like, great, and now it's stuck in my throat. I tried drinking water, and then I was like choking it up, and I'm like, great. I thought I was going to be pounding on my neighbor's door because I was choking. I couldn't get it. Of course he enjoys it. He does it right back to you. There's no doubt about that, Tessa. Tessa. Oh, geez, I don't even know my own name. Jenna. Oh, gee. Yes, I'd say he enjoys it because he does it right back. Do I have anybody on it? Yeah, no, somebody on here. HK still. 2 people still streaming on Twitch. Both have very few people on them. So I don't have anybody following me on Twitch right now, so I don't have to worry about that anyhow. Yeah, technically, okay. Technically, you do know your own name. You just don't know Jen's. Yeah, but you don't usually call somebody your own name. When you call somebody the wrong name, it's usually somebody else's name. Like I would have called her Melanie or called her Funky or something. I wouldn't call her my own name. That's the weird part. I called her my own name. Jenna says that's a perfect friendship to me. Which reminds me, I read some more of your story today. I'm still reading. According to the thing, it looks like I'm maybe halfway through. So I still don't know exactly everything that's happened to her. I'm getting little bits and more pieces about what happened to her. Jenna says, you clearly know my name. To Melanie. Well, I thought I did too when I popped out with my own name. So don't ask me how that happened. I'm not totally recovered from the choking on the chicken. It's still kind of like feels like a lump there. I don't think it's gone completely down. But I'm not choking that I'm going to, choke to death kind of choking. Thank God. It finally moved down. But, that's a very painful process as it's slowly working its way down. Shanna says it is very insinuated more than spelled out. Oh, Jenna writes meaning the book. Oh. Okay, I'm glad you clarified that because I wasn't sure what you were talking about. So it may not technically be spelled out. So different people reading it may get different thoughts on what was going on. I'm at the point where it's just before Christmas. And she's dating, what's his name? Ryan, I think. She just started to date Ryan. Melanie says, all right, you all. I'm done reorganizing for tonight. I need to grab a bite of food. So I will see you all on Saturday night. All righty. Glad you got the chance to stop by. Shame you had to miss the fireworks, though. You could always watch the thing and see what happened if you wanted to know. Jenna says good night to Melanie. Jenna says I didn't want to go detailed because it's a little awful dark. No? Okay. even more awful and dark than it is right now. And that was part of your life. That's pretty awful. I thought I had a terrible life. Seems like you got pretty much an awful life like I had. So I did a really stupid thing, and I wrote a letter to my kids and my ex-husband telling them exactly what I thought of what happened. So the kids found out what happened, and the ex-husband, who thinks everything was all roses and perfect and wonderful, thought I needed to go back in the hospital. He called my daughter and says, does she need to go back in the hospital? And she goes, no, Dad, she's just getting things off her chest. So my way of dealing with it wasn't ideal, and I really shouldn't have done that, but I was hurting, and I wanted them to know that just because he likes to think everything is all roses, it wasn't all roses. And he did some pretty awful things to me. So Jenna says, I never thought of it that way, but maybe, Tessa. It's not a biography, but yeah, there's a lot of dark stuff in it. Well, you said there's pieces of you in it. You didn't say it was your life. So I wasn't expecting it to be your life. It's in the past now, and it worked for you at the time. Yeah, exactly like my daughter said. I needed to get that off my chest. Because all along, he's been Mr. Happy, he treated me like crap. He left me with nothing, divorced me, and left me with nothing, and treated me like crap, went off with his girlfriend. And I don't know if he ever showed that to her or not. I don't think so, because I was pretty clear on what happened, and things that probably, like I said, probably really shouldn't have said to the kids about their father, but he did that to me. So he pretty much screwed me over, and I was mad about it. So I apologized to him. I don't know how much longer after it happened. I did apologize, but I don't feel it was wrong totally, because he never saw that he was doing anything wrong. So that was my bad thing, was doing that. And you regret some things in life. That was one of the things I kind of regret. I should have done it. But there's nothing I can do about it now. It's over and it's done. So I forgot. Greg, are you still here? You haven't spoken up lately. I don't remember him leaving. Oh, no, he's working on a new project. Physical therapy on my foot is so sore. He goes, it'll get better. It'll get better. Trust me, it'll get better. I'm like, I hope so. I'm in so much pain. Jenna says, I don't look back with regret if at all possible. I wish I could do that, but that's not the way I am. And that's part of what started that whole mess between us. and the way he was a narcissist, if you know what that is. And I didn't know it then. I know it now because I read about it. I'm like, oh my God, that explains so much. So if you know what a narcissist is, you have an idea of the kind of person he was. So, yeah, it's rough. I don't want to pull a Lizzie here. So I don't know. Melanie is editing my book, and she's explaining. I think I did tell you this, and she's trying to explain the difference between chapter and scene to me, and it seems like I've got them backwards. And she's helping me. Well, I'm paying her to edit it, so she's helping me, put it together correctly. Because I had like 60-something chapters. It's not east at all. What is that? I'm a little confused about that one. So she's helping me. So now, she's sending me, the things written out so I can understand. And she says I would scare people off if they look and they see 60 chapters or 60-something chapters on here. And she says they're not chapters. It's the opposite way. So it's like, 7 or 8 chapters with a prologue and an epilogue. And then 7 or 8 chapters in the middle. So she says it doesn't look as bad. I said, but it's going to make my chapters huge. But she goes, but they're not really chapters. Well, yeah, they are. It's going to make my chapters even bigger than they were. You're back for a moment to chat. You found somebody else to let you in for a moment. I was just explaining how Melanie's been helping me, and I'm trying to get all this straight. There's Greg. I was wondering if you were still here, because I don't know if you heard me ask if you were still here. You're getting too tired to write anymore. I did quite a bit of progress on my software. I will do more writing next time, I hope. Probably see you tomorrow on Charlie's stream. Okay. Well, I'm glad you got something done on your new project. Of course, you do have to finish your book sometime. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. But good night. Have a good one. Funky says night night. I thought you were still here, though. That's what I said. Oh, you were in the bathroom. You didn't hear me ask. Oh, okay. I was to say you didn't say goodbye, so I figured you were probably still here somewhere. So anyhow, she was explaining, and I had them backwards. So my chapters should have been scenes and not the way I have them. So she's trying to give me the layout of the way it should be, taking my story and laying it out and showing me the way it should be. So that's what I was just saying. Melanie's been explaining to me what I did, and she hasn't completely explained every question I have, but it seems I had my chapters and my scenes mixed up, and I had like 60 some chapters, and she said somebody looks at that would go, oh no, I'm not going to read that, too many chapters. So it seems I had them mixed up. So now the way she switched it around, I have 7 or 8 chapters, an epilogue, a prologue, and then the rest will be, under the chapters. So I have them backwards. So I still a little confused and still want to see what she comes up with before I do too much on any other book. I want to completely understand what the heck I'm doing. Because I tried to find help with this online, but I just couldn't find anything to explain it to me. So I never understood. Some people talk chapters, some people talk scenes. And I thought they were kind of the same thing, and I didn't know, And I thought every multiple POV, everyone needed a chapter when it switched. And she's like, no, you don't have to do it that way. You could have multiple POVs in one chapter. I'm like, I can? Says, yeah, I couldn't find any info on how to do that. So I haven't given up. But I'm at a standpoint right now till I get this clearer in my head. But she did send me some stuff about my book, examples using my book. And, said she's going to do some more on the weekend. Maybe help. Because I said, I don't understand what I do with all these breaks, because I had each one broken out by POV, and I still think they need to be like separated. I don't see how you can write all that and have it be one chapter, and I don't understand. I guess that's what it is. So we're on a standstill until I can understand what's going on. I'm not going to write anymore until I understand what's going on, because it's too confusing. The good news is that Edge seems to be able to handle WordPress, and so maybe I'll be able to go and work on my blog instead of writing novels right now. That's where I'm happier. I'm happier writing, short stories and stuff. This stream is full of people doing different things, and like Gibberish doesn't even write. She's just here because she likes being here, and when she's here, she's usually reading. But she said that again, and I had forgotten that, and she said that again the other night. She goes, well, I'm not even a writer. She just likes coming here, which is nice. And that's fine. And like I said, you can do whatever you want. If you want to read, then read. And, you got people to talk to and everything. So that's, a good thing. But sometimes it's nice to just have people to talk to. And she feels comfortable here. So we're not all writers, and we're not all the same kind of writers. Funky's asking how much Jenna is doing. She's not writing now. She said that earlier. I'm not writing. I think I did one blog post. I think that's all I got done today. You weren't here. I was choked on a piece of chicken. Oh my gosh. You cry when you got your edits back. Wait a minute. You'll get through this part. Move forward. I guess she's talking to me now. Okay. Then she said, oh, you mean the fact of what I'm dealing with right now. You cried when you got your edits back. Not right this moment you got edits back that you cried about. You're talking about when you got your edits back. Yeah, it was kind of a thing. Like, it was hard with the beta readers, but this was even harder. Jenna says, I am good. I miss picking on you. Yeah, she said that too. She told us. And she said you're an easy target. Yeah. She says it's a perfect friendship. Jen said, I'd probably still cry. I haven't cried. I'm upset. I wanted to throw it in the trash. I guess they're all normal reactions to that kind of stuff. Because you think, oh, this is so good. I think, and then the editor says, well, it's got all these problems. And then she knew I was upset. And she said, it's not as bad as you think it is. Just relax. It's not that bad. Jenna says, it's so fun. Funky, makes me laugh, and I hope you do as well. Funky said, it's hard not to feel something when it's your art. Yeah, you're right there. And I think it was harder than I thought it was going to be. And I was really like looking backward where I went through that whole rejection kind of thing. And I didn't want to take it that hard. I didn't want to take it that hard. But part of that was coming back. And I'm like, I got to be more adult about it. And, it's not the end of the world. Funky says I would be your punching bag until the end of time. And autocorrect made that lunching nag at first. Oh, I was going to say, it doesn't say lunching nag. What are you talking about? Lunching nag? Jenna says, oh, that's the sweetest. Yeah, when she first told me, I was like, oh, blown away. Ready to throw it in the trash. That's it. I've had it. And then now I'm trying to accept it. Punky says, I'm ducking autocorrect. Sure you are. I know what you're trying to say there. Trying to think, do I have to get up tomorrow? I don't think I have to get up early tomorrow. I don't know if she had said that the aide was coming, but I don't know. They say a lot of things there. Most of it lies. But I probably should get up just in case she does arrive at my door. Oh, wow. 6. So early. Yeah. I forget what time I was. I screwed up. I took my medicine too early. I'm like worried that it was going to really screw me up. But I seem all right, so I guess it was okay. But I was in pain, and I thought I had the right time and took the pills. I'm like, wait a minute. Something's not right here. It's not on purpose, I hope. Jenna says, I think I had my first mom dream, but never remembered details of them. I was dreaming about mine the other night, which was kind of strange. Like, I know it's not real because she's not around anymore. But it seemed real. I woke up from the dream. I've had a couple really abnormal dreams lately. I mean, I have unfortunately nightmares that when I wake up, I'm afraid to go back to sleep. They're that bad. Jenna says, plus I normally leave the house at 6, so there is that. So you were actually late if you leave the house at 6. Waking up at 6, you'd be late for work. Monkey says, I imagine she will be with you for a while. I had a period where things were really bad, and I was sitting there crying, and I actually felt arms come around and hug me, and I'm like, there's nobody here that I could see. So part of me thinks it was my mom, but it depends on whether or not you believe in things like that. She was hugging me. But I know it was her. Who else would it be? But there was nobody there. Jenna says, how am I going to go back to work? That's going to be hard. Jenna says, that totally happens. They visit. Yeah, I needed her, and she came. And she hugged me. Had to be her. Bird by bird, that's how. I started that, but I didn't get too far. Jenna says, I used to be a paranormal investigator. That stuff is real. Okay, so you believe me. Pumpkin is bird by bird. Wonder what's in there now. Funky. Wait, plot twist. Oh, wait a minute. Shanna says, my mom said my deceased granddad was holding her hand several times. Wait, plot twist. And then how has this never come up? Does it just happen? Shanna says, is that the book? I'm confused. At least I can drink water now. The stupid chicken vomit went down. It was stuck in my throat. Oh, boy. Shanna says, I went to abandoned houses, cemeteries, haunted military boats. Oh, wow. Funky says, paranormal investigator for real? And the military bunker once. I didn't have to go looking for them. I lived in them. I don't think it's, I haven't seen anything or felt anything really here. The house that I moved to here from my dad's house, where I felt my mom, I used to feel the cat. The cat, at the end there, she started getting, she actually came to me and she came into my lap, which didn't happen. And then she got upstairs because we tried to keep her from going upstairs. And she got in my room and she was curled up on my bed. So I started feeling her come up and circle around on my feet and then lay down. Well, after she was gone, she would, I would assume it was still her, come up and go the 3 times or so around and then lay down on my feet. And I could feel the weight, and I could see the weight on the blankets. There was something there. I've written some short stories on stuff like that, about things that have happened to me. Oh, wait a minute. I need to go back up here. Oh, I was in a few groups. It's a lot of fun. Think to show ghost hunters. I think I've seen that a few times. Punky says, yikes. I spook easily. Jenna says, I always have a little something in my homes. He says you should totally do a novel about that, Jen. Jenna says, nothing ever scary. You're lucky. We had bad things happen. We had poltergeists. We had one spirit that was so mean it was trying to kill my mom. That's why we hadn't left the house. We had to leave the house. We couldn't stay there. It was trying to kill my mom. Jenna says, I have never had that happen. I have had that happen a lot, Tessa. You know, a lot of bad stuff. Funky says it's probably why I write horror. I didn't know you wrote horror. I don't think you ever really, I don't remember. At least I don't remember you ever saying what you wrote. And yet I avoid it. I love to read it. I love to watch it. I write a little bit of it, but some of the stuff that I, went through in my life, but I'm not that into it because it's all too real to me. Genesis, the current one, used to tell my cat to shut up. Oh, jeez. See? She didn't know it either. Okay, I feel better. You write horror? I love that. Jenna says, I see people looking for horror writers on Upwork, Jenna says, I wrote that successfully once. There's 3 L's in your successfully, though. Funky says, neat, but I basically shut out all extra kind of work until I finish my book. Jenna says, I cannot type. It's funny, for all of us being writers, some of our grammar and spelling and some of it is really downright funny. Something to think about down the line. We can be ghostwriters together. bought a book on writing horror. Thought about trying it again because I had enough crap in my life that could probably get ideas. I wrote one short story. Well, I probably read a couple of short stories on stuff. But the one was about the doll. Full-size doll, so it's the same size as me. But that's the doll whose eyes followed you when you walked across the room. And that was scary. Definitely was scary. So I wrote a sort of short story kind of based on it. He says he just got accosted by a homeless man. Oh, man. Jenna says, I like the creepy horror over the gory horror. Yeah, the psychological stuff rather than the... Sorry for the pause. Jenna says, are you BY my office? Does that bring your own office? Funky says, I'm downtown waiting for my son. I thought you had stopped doing that. I thought you said he was driving now. Or is it you just don't want him driving this late? Must be a pretty far drive if you don't want to go home and come back. It's been quite a while. Janice, oh, I see. My office is downtown and there are many homeless people. All the cities are like that. It's terrible to walk through the cities and be accosted by all these people. Funky said he's got his license, but he's not stable yet. It's always hard to let them go in the beginning, too, because you're terrified. And then you have people like my daughter. She's 17. She's pregnant. And she goes and she makes a U-turn in a lane that definitely says no U-turns. And I think it was in front of somebody, so she got hit. I'm like, what the hell were you thinking? Monkey says, I wish I could help them, but I never have cash. I've been accosted in my car before, waiting, stopped. And I've had them come up pounding on my window, change. I'm like, no. Light, change. Jenna says, oh, that makes sense. Jenna says, I feel like I can't always trust them about needing money. Well, that's why some people says, tell you what, I'll take you into that restaurant over there and buy you a meal, but I'm not giving you cash so you can run down to the local liquor store or whatever. I'll take you right over there and buy you a meal, but that's all I'll do for you. Okay, I like to offer them food. We said the same thing. IKR. Doesn't it suck that we have to doubt that? Like I am contributing to a drug problem or something. Yeah, it could be. That's the bad thing. Jenna says, they're not all legit. I've heard they make a lot of money. Yeah, make a lot of money sitting there and not working. Well, hardworking people are giving them the money. Monkey says, yeah, I thought about that, but there's nothing open around here. Jenna says, though we did buy one alcohol for New Year's Eve once. Oh, gosh. Hmm. I live in a small enough town that I don't have to deal with it, thankfully. Oh gosh, you've heard awful things about the ones with children with them. I think some people think having children with them makes it. People think, oh, that he or she really needs it. Look, they got a child. Might not even be their child. Could be somebody else's child. Just using them to make people feel sorry for them. I have mastered the RBF, so I am usually okay. Jenna says exactly, Tessa. Yeah. Yeah, because people will feel sorry for them. So they just bar a few kids. And someone will say, oh, these poor kids. Monkey said, when I said I don't have any cash, she said I can walk with you to the ATM. Oh, wow. Nah, that takes a nerve. Bold, yeah. That's bold, all right. Oh, my God. Genesis, I'm sure he can. Probably sitting there with a broken leg. Oh, I can walk with you to the ATM. No problem. Oh my gosh. I'd hate to ever be to the point that I had to do that. I would hate that. I mean, there are some legit. There are some legit. But I think more of them are likely not. Like when I used to hate it. I'd go late at night for like McDonald's or something like that. And I go to get out of my car, and the same person would approach me, and I would go there all the time. I'm like, you gave me the story yesterday, and the day before, and the day before. I don't think you need money to get on the bus. You're riding a bike. Ride your bike home. I mean, couldn't believe it the way he was. But they do that. They hang out. That's what they do around here. They hang out at the restaurants outside and say, "Oh, I just need money for a bus." Sure, you do. It's the same person every single time. I told one guy I didn't have any change. He said, "Well, bills will work." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sure they will." Acted like this was a phone call. Good idea. Monkey says, told Tessa to hang on a minute. What? Janice says they've gotten so bold here they'll ask for food while you're in a drive-through. Yeah. Wow. When did you tell me to hold on? Jenna says, like they popped their head into the window. Not that I ever roll windows down unless I have to, of course. But they'd have to get between the car and the drive-through window in order to stick their head in the window. Funky says, go back up. going pretty far, but I'm not seeing anything that says a hold on. I think this happens to people that roll all of their windows down. Oh, well then, yeah, you're asking for someone to do it. Silly people. Exactly. Monkey says, when he approached me, I acted like this was a phone call, and I said out loud, hang on a second, like I was doing a video call. You didn't write all that. You just said, you pretended that you were on a call. That's all it said. Trying to find something up here. There's the ATM one. You said I acted like this was a phone call. That's all you said. You didn't add the rest of that. That's new. That's what you get for typing fragments. Yeah, if you type fragments, it's liable to get lost. I don't think we ever got that storm. Good. We were supposed to get a really bad storm tonight. Genesis, how dare you, Funky? Funky says I acted like this was a phone call and told Tessa to hold on. Should have gone together. Oh! Now I get what you're saying. Yeah, I took it a different way. Yeah, Funky said you guys had a session last night, but I couldn't find it. I went looking for it. I couldn't find it. Yeah. And get a little hectic hosting, reading comments. And this is a small group. Imagine having, like I said, Sarah Sutton had one. She had 20 people waiting before she even got started. I said, probably won't have many people tonight because everybody will be at Sarah's. And she already had 20 people and she hadn't even started yet. Man, is he ever going to finish cleaning? I gather your son's cleaning something. Jenna says, we did. It started at 6:30 my time. It's 11 here. Yeah. Funky says, yeah, it was scheduled since a couple days ago. 8 here, but it feels like 11. Yeah, when I saw that tonight, I said, I'm not going to have many people. She already had 20 people waiting. She's another big drawer. She draws a lot of people, and it's exactly the same time as mine. I did. I did look under Funky Rights. And I looked in Devin's playlist, and it wasn't there either. Funky says in downtown it's getting creepier. Jenna says you don't do them on Fridays, Funky. Jenna says I hate being downtown at night. Funky said I did a pop-up last week, but not this week. Well, I went looking. I couldn't find it, so I finally gave up. Tomorrow I'll be probably on Charlie's. I've been doing both Wednesday and Friday on Charlie's. I don't have to host. I can just be there. According to this, we still have 6 people on here. What does YouTube say? 5. YouTube says 5. StreamYard says 6. Tomorrow I'm going to schedule one for Sunday night. Funky says they'll probably write on someone else's stream tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow, Charlie, because he's trying it anyhow. He's taking over Jules, the Dogland writer, because she got a job, and she has the 1 to 3 Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the afternoon. So he's taken over her spot. But of course, Twitch, not he does only Twitch. And then after that, he'll be doing the regular one, which is Twitch too, because that's all. He rarely does anything on YouTube anymore. Videos mainly, because I don't think that kind of stuff you can really do regular videos like you can do on YouTube. So I think, if you're looking for Charlie, I know for sure from 1 to 3. Genesis, nice. She thinks she has a dinner that night, but she'll see. I used to do Sundays. I used to do Saturday and Sunday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The only time I did was Monday and Wednesday. Funky says I usually look on Devin's playlist on YouTube and pick someone I've been on before. Yeah, I don't usually follow new people unless there's nobody else and I really want to do one. Genesis, same. Kind of like people that I'm familiar with, and certain people I like. Like I like HK, but she's on the same time as I am, so kind of hard for me to do that. HK Darkwood. We didn't get rated tonight. The other night I had 2 raids. I think there were 2 nights I had 2 raids. So I had, like 17 people on the thing. But they, most of them don't stay. A few did, but most of them don't. They come over in the raid, but then they don't stay. Jenna says you have been on Little Forest Homes, right, Funky? Yeah, that's where he said he was was going to be the other night at the end. And then Sacco after that. Sacco's on Twitch a lot too. As I said, everybody's switching to Twitch. I mean, I didn't really want to, but it's kind of like unless I want to get left behind, I kind of like have to join. I mean, I don't plan on leaving you guys behind, but I can be part of it while still being, my regular stream on YouTube. I mean, I have 20 some followers on Twitch already. And these are people I don't know. There's a few of them that I know, but there's a lot of them I don't know. Because sometimes after the raid, I'll get a few new people. Oh, wow, something that really jumped. I lost. Oh, here it is. I like HK, but she starts right as I'm getting off work. And I like HK, but she's unfortunately almost. Well, it depends. If I'm, she's the same time as Charlie. So if I'm streaming on Charlie's, then those 2 nights are out. And then she starts at 5 our time, and so she's still streaming an hour or so or 2 after I start. She says usually 3 hours, but she usually runs more than 3 hours. Jenna likes HK2. Funky says, yeah, I can usually catch LFT at the end of hers. Funky says, I don't typically do Twitch. The thing is, I don't usually, because most of them are playing games and they're set up, even if they're doing writing sprints, they've got like games playing all over their screen and stuff. It's like too busy of a screen, stuff bouncing all over, and it's like I have no clue what's going on, and I don't know how to follow them when they're supposedly doing writing sprints, when they're got games all over the place, and I don't understand them. They don't operate the same way we do, and their writing sprints are definitely different than what we're used to. Jenna says, I really like her. She's a hospice nurse who used to be. Talking about the girl from Little Forest Homes. Jenna says, Twitch makes me anxious with everything going on. That's what I said. That's one of the things that in the beginning I didn't want to go there, because my first couple trips over there was seeing things popping all over the screen like crazy. I'm like, what the heck? And then I realized that there were some of the people coming from our side are still using StreamYard, so it still appears the same. But if they switch to the OBS and they set it up like they do for Twitch, it's craziness. It's pure craziness. Things all over the place and too much going on. And it says the chats are hard to keep up with too. Well, I was on a couple, and they're like playing songs, and the chat is announcing every song that's being played, and it's like, yeah, following that with that stuff being all in there, it is difficult. I'm not exactly thrilled with it, but as a sideline, and if I'm not the one doing the hosting, but I think if you want to host, like a lot of them like to, like Charlie likes to. I don't think Twitch will let you do that, from what I've been hearing. So you can't have a bunch of people at once. So the only way to do that is through StreamYard. LFT is a very Bob Ross stream. Love the peace it exudes. Yes. It's on the small side too. Yeah, there's something to be said for those small ones. Monkey says, I only watch a few Twitch streams that are board game related. Yeah, I was watching a couple of them where they're doing writing sprints, but they've got a game going at the same time, and I'm like, very confusing, very confusing. Yeah, it's too crazy. And the funny thing is, I had somebody from Twitch say to me that they were glad to finally get on my stream and they liked it and everything. I thought, yeah, if you're used to the craziness over there, this is very, very calming. Funky says, I like the straightforwardness of YouTube. Jenna says, I like the host, but all that stuff happening makes me distracted. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, Coffee Quill says that. I can't figure out what in the heck she's doing. She'll be sitting there talking, and this game is playing, and she's typing stuff, and I'm like, ah. Oh, is that what it is? She actually works for the game she is playing? I didn't know that. Jenna says she's really funny and nice. Yeah, she was. She was really nice to me. She's just one of the first ones I met over there. But the things on the screen and everything are a lot. They are to me. I said, I don't understand what you guys are doing. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I see my name bouncing around on your screen and in these little animal thingies, but what am I supposed to be doing? Makes no sense to me. Monkey says, typically she's writing and the words make the gameplay. Oh, really? I didn't know that. She's the one that asked me, how come so many YouTubers are coming to Twitch? I said, because I can make more money over there. Because that's what it all is. It's all about the money. Because half of them don't even like it over there, but it's about the money. They have coffee courses in Tokyo. She might be on by now. She's usually later. Yeah, she's got 21 people following her right now. Mine says I have somebody here. I don't know who's here. Nobody said anything. Twitch will need things at some point, and everyone will be back. Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of things as you get further up that get a lot more. And, you know, that OBS, like I said, I checked into that, and every time I turned around, they wanted money for this and money for that and money for this and money for that. It's like, I don't know that it's going to be worth it to put all that kind of money out. I know I can't. Funky says not either. He says they will curb payments like YouTube. Yeah, things all bright and glory now to build up everybody and then yank it all out from under them. I just found Authortube. I am not ready for something new. Well, I figured I had it, even though I didn't really want to, I had to at least get slightly involved because I don't want to be totally left behind, because that's where everybody starts, signs on the Authortube and then jumps right on the Twitch. I mean, it's the whole thing now. I had no idea any of this stuff. Oh, it jumped on me. I had no idea any of this stuff existed until the last nano. I knew about Twitch a little while ago, but when, like I said, when I went to it and saw the craziness going on, I'm like, I don't want anything to do with that. Then I ended up, slowly moving over there, and so he says, what am I doing? I am glad I found it, though. Streaming saved my writing. Shanna says, Authortube funky? I don't know how I found it. I was looking for some help on writing one day, and my dad had been pestering me about going to YouTube because he was always on it. He says, you can find anything you want on there. Go to YouTube, So I went and started searching writing videos. That's how I found Authortube. That was like 3 or 4 years ago. I didn't start my channel till a little over a year, and it's been just past a year I've been streaming. Same funky. Funky says, Authortube, BookTube, etc., etc. Started heading terms on NaNoWriMo streams. Where's that reading? Hearing. Oh, that's even different than I thought. It was talking reading. Hearing. Phone sucks. Oh God, I can't do this on the phone. I hated it when I was in the hospital. That's why I didn't go to too many streams. I couldn't do it. Jenna says it's better than just writing aloud. Yeah, it is. Funky says, yeah, I've gotten to where I can't write without them. Thank God people did more and more of it due to COVID. Well, that's one thing that kind of pushed a lot of these people into, even Twitch started seeing, growth, I'm sure, during COVID. Well, we still got COVID. They're talking about we have to go back to wearing masks again, so. Jenna says, I totally agree. It depends on the mood I'm in. If I'm not feeling social, then I don't really want to be on I prefer to be as a host or co-host, though, than as a person in the audience. For me. That's why I like going on Charlie's, because he's the host. They are the host. I'll get that right someday. They are the host, and I don't have to do that. And there's plenty of sprints, and I can write in them, and I don't have to worry about watching the comments if I don't want to, and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm better on that side of the screen than in the chat myself. Yeah, people couldn't actually do nano write-ins, so they started doing them virtually. Yeah, that's because they were really pushing, all those write-ins all the time, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, we can't do that anymore. And that's when Discord got really big too, because people started doing Discord. I'm like, I hate Discord. I still hate Discord. really hate the Discord. I think YouTube is just enough for me. Mm. Hockey says, I would never force myself to sit down and write. That's what I try explaining to people. I don't have a schedule. I don't have goals. When I feel like writing, I write. If I don't feel like it, I don't. I don't believe in this. I have to get up every day at a certain time and write X amount of words, or, no, I don't have to do that. I do need to get into the practice of just writing, though, Genesis. Once you start, it gets easier. I have to be in a certain mood to write. If I'm not writing. Funky says, but then when I started getting on streams, I noticed that I like getting on them, and I was actually writing more and more. They worked for a while. Like I said, then I got to the point where I preferred being on the screen side than on the chat side. Jenna says, I kind of feel like I can't breathe if I stop for too long. Jenna says, well, you need to be at my beck and call, so I always have a stream, Funky. Yeah, I was looking forward to it last night, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I looked and looked. I looked several times. I thought, well, maybe later. And it was after 10 o'clock, and still I couldn't find anything. I said, well, I tried twice. Funky says, had nearly lost all hope after that hard drive crash. Didn't want to face it. Oof. Funky says, yeah, it's too bad it's so early for you. Yeah. Jenna says, I know. Yeah, that was one of the things in the beginning. So it wasn't so bad because I was streaming all night. So it would just be regular, like nighttime for her. But when I cut them back, the hours back to earlier, then it became too early, and she wasn't able to get here. Oh, just something once I am back at work. I try not to stay up too late. Monkey says, but maybe after our streams you can jump on with Coffee Quill. She's, like I said, as far as record streaming, it's not that way. I mean, it's out of the few people I've met on here so far, she's got a nice stream and everything. Like she says, it is a busy screen. Just things bouncing and popping and all over the place. Genesis true, just for background noise. Yeah, because who wants to watch all that? At least she does sprints, albeit short. Yeah, they are short. They're short. I think they're 10 minutes. And then it's like 10 minutes off and then 10 minutes on. And that thing is like always going. And it's like, she had a different one on the other night, though. I was like, different. Still don't know what was going on, but different. I should make a stream, but what you do looks hard. Okay. You never see a timer or anything. He's got timers on his, usually. We did the one with the horse that scared everybody half to death. That one was funny. They're not that hard. Not really. The Streamlab lets you go on and play around with it so you get used to it. Oh, you're talking about coffee never has a timer. No, I don't think I've ever seen a timer either. Funky says, well, since I wasn't going to do video, I wanted to have something going on. Yeah, well, see, like I said, I've seen a couple people do things like that, and it is. I saw one person who used their voice and just changed the screen occasionally to different pictures. And so when you were doing the video clips and then the timers, they were pretty neat. It's kind of cool. And he says, Coffee Quill's timer is a tiny window inside all that mess. Well, that would explain it. No wonder I can't find the timer. It's inside all that mess. Jenna said I had trouble co-hosting with Tessa. Yeah, that was funny. Jenna said, does she ever show her face? I don't think I've ever seen her face. Funky said I had to play around with StreamYard a bit, but it's actually pretty straightforward. Yeah, I looked into your first video that's up there. And I thought, because, I did the same thing when I first started. Trying to get an idea of how it works and everything. I still don't know everything. There's a lot of things Charlie does. I was like, how does he do these? How do they do these? I can't stop calling him a him, and he's not a him. There are some good YouTube videos on how to use it. That's what I probably should do. Just look for a video on it. Because I see people doing all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, I don't see any of that on that screen. I haven't had anybody co-host lately, so I don't even remember what it looked like when I co-hosted. Janice says, meh. I'll drop this idea soon enough. Oh, we're being rated. Hello, Past Jack. Oops. We're being rated. Funky's laughing. Raven Raid. Hi, Coffee Quills. Raven writes, good morning. Good morning, Raven writes. Nice to see you. Thanks for showing up. We're a little quiet right now. I'm just kind of chatting. Jenna says, I am too lazy. Funky says, they basically just click to display a video. Yep. Raven writes, quiet isn't a bad thing. No, I kind of like the small, quiet atmosphere. It works good for me. Funky says, and then click to display a timer video, and it overrides the screen. We're being rated, and you guys are talking about how to do StreamYard. Fun. Welcome, everyone. Let's see. Hashtag 21. Okay, hello. Coffee Quill says, not a bad thing at all. Yep. Hashtag says, wrap up in a blanket. No blankets here. Believe me. It's not too bad outside here right where I am right now, but it was over 100 degrees in the middle of our country earlier. Jenna says, are you still waiting, Funky? Funky says, we are the calm writing stream in opposition to the meth-like speed of Twitch. Funky says, yep. Jenna says, laugh out loud. Funky says, oh, boy, this is fascinating conversation. I'm sure we're just wowing everybody. Jenna said, kids. Funky says, tell me about it. Raven says, hey, rambles are fine. We know all about rambles. Jenna says, mine does that a lot. Funky says, they just don't understand. It was so quiet in here, and all of a sudden I'm like, what? I didn't even realize what was going on at first. I was surprised to see the raid. Because this is actually somebody I don't know. So I didn't even realize you were streaming. Funky says, I mean, I do have to work tomorrow. Jenna says, you have to work in the morning, but you get no sympathy. Funky says, and then it takes another 30 minutes to get home. Hello, Kitty Wren. How are you? Welcome to my channel. As I was explaining, it's kind of quiet in here right now because we were kind of near the end and there's just a couple of us here. So we were chatting. Funky says in the other 30 minutes to take dogs out, etc. Boy, you're trying to rack up us feeling sorry for you. Jenna says you live about as far from downtown as I do. Jenna says Colin's sick. Funky says, yeah, we're something, Dad. I don't know what that is. What? Or are you talking about? Funky says, yeah, we're pretty far out. Okay, so you don't feel sympathy from me, Tessa? I guess I'm supposed to say yes. But not exactly. Jenna says, I still live in the burbs, though. I live in a very small town, so I don't do cities. Oh, I did that one already. Funky says, I don't have anything going on tomorrow, so I'll just slog through it. Well, we got people here now, and we aren't sprinting at the moment. Kitty says it's a 40-minute drive for me just to get to the middle of nowhere. Oh, wow. Funky says, via coffee. We'll slog through it via coffee. Okay. Probably gonna slaughter this name. Word with word. I'm not weird. Wired. I'm not exactly sure. Sorry, I'm butchering your name. Small town living. That's for me. Not a city gal. Jenna says fine streams and right. He says, don't cry for me, Argentina. I don't think anybody's crying for you, Funky. Funky says, yeah, I will have had enough coffee by the afternoon to be able to write. Very close. Some of those were great. My guess is it your name? I'm sure I butchered it pretty well. I'm sorry about that. I don't do so well with a lot of the names. Jenna says, I will probably be up before you for work, Funky. That's my life. Jenna says, have you tried whipped coffee? I don't drink coffee, so I don't have coffee. Funky says, ouch, Jenna. Whipped? Yeah, Funky, whipped. I'm not sure exactly if she was hinting at something there. Jenna says, I got a little mixer at Mom's so I can make it again. Cue the writing. Funky said, silver linings. Well, I don't know if any of you are in the mood for a sprint. I mean, it's a little bit past my time, but if our new people want to do writing, I don't know if you're a writing group or what, but we could always do one more sprint if anybody's interested. We're kind of just sitting here talking. Jenna says, you mix instant coffee, sugar, and hot water, mix it to a foam, add it to milk. It's strong. Funky says, wow. Word when is pretty close, but I'm not picky about it. Well, that's good, because I know I was butchering it. Word when. Well, I was kind of thinking maybe the WYRD was supposed to be word. Then I didn't know if there was an extra syllable in there, like word to win or word to win, or so I said I'm kind of butchering it. I was trying to guess. Jenna says she had a Kindle too that I have at home too. Oh, you got a Kindle. Cool. Funky says sounds fast. Author Catherine Darling says, oh no, I missed it. Hi, Catherine. You're the one who spells your name like my daughter. Wordwin says, it's bedtime for me. I'm going to do an 8-hour sprint. Yeah. Well, there you go. 8 hours behind under the covers. Well, thanks for stopping by. It's nice seeing you guys. Sleep sprint sounds like a great idea. Shanna says there are variations of that as well. Coffee Quill says 8-hour sleep sprint sounds good. Funky says it is 11 freaking 40. Well, gee. Yeah, there you go. Stomp your foot. Did we tie you up and make you come here? Goodness gracious. Raven says, I, booting the face and facing the family. Glad to have caught you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Nice having you here. Monkey says, I need to walk over there and see what's going on. You're still waiting for your son, aren't you? Jenna says, is it a store or a restaurant? Monkey says, yeah, I am still waiting for son. That's why I couldn't wait till my kids could drive, so I didn't have to do that anymore. Jenna says, they're supported there on Twitch. I will say that. This whole rating idea is such a great idea because some of these small channels like mine end up getting people that we wouldn't normally have because we're so small. And it's really cool. You meet a lot more people. It's pretty neat. Restaurant. He's been cleaning since 10. WTF. I have a hard time. I want so much to say what that stands for. And it's like, Jenna says, are they closed already? Since 10. He's been in there almost 2 hours by himself. Well, maybe he has somebody cleaning with him, but wow. Maybe he's talking to his friends. Possibly. Possibly. They had late customers that were messy. And if they had late customers, sometimes you can't get them out the door, even when they close. It's kind of hard to get them out the door sometimes. Monkey says possibly. It is possible, yeah. Unfortunately, restaurants, if you get people come in at the last minute, you have to serve them, and it's kind of hard sometimes getting them out the door. That's without being absolutely, forceful sometimes. Janice has been there, done that. Yeah. They know the feeling. I've waitressed before too and gotten stuck. The guy just got off his truck with the WTF on his shirt. Oh, that's funny. Funky's like, I'm right on, bro. Oh, the worst was the right before close peeps. Oh, yeah. We used to get them right before. Jenna says looking for a son, probably. And then they wouldn't tip. Oh, funky. Yeah. Jenna says, and you have to serve them. As long as they're there before it closes, you have to serve them. That's, that's the way it goes. Jenna says, I always tip. I know what servers make. Me too. I definitely know what they're going through. I always tip. He says, Jenna. Same here. Even if they're bad, I'll still tip them pretty good. I usually tip. May not be, if they're, really, really bad, it may not be more than the 15%, but I usually tip pretty good. My friend and I used to go to the same place all the time. We had a waitress that we always asked for, and we knew how little she made, and we always tipped her really well. Jenna says, yeah, they make nothing. That's the tips that they use. Punky says, okay, I'm walking over. All right, we'll hold down the fort till you say you're safe. Give him hell, Dad. Oh. Yeah, if he's just sitting in there talking to his friends when his dad's sitting out there waiting. Holy cow. That's a long time, 2 hours. I don't know what kind of cleaning you're doing, but my kids were working in restaurants before they got out of high school. I don't think they were bussing tables. I don't think they were waitressing. I think they were bussing tables. My girls, anyhow. My son was getting him to work. It wasn't real work because he was in high school as far as he was concerned, so he didn't care. It wasn't until he got his first real job, as he put it. Jenna says, does he have limited hours when he starts school? Does Sue have limited hours? You talking to Funky? Holy shit. They're still cleaning. Wow. What are they doing in there? 2 hours and they're still cleaning? I gather you must be too far away to have going home and wait for a call and come back out. Good one, Jen. Tell him to catch an Uber home. Hunky said, this must be the cleanest restaurant ever. Yeah, really, if they're still cleaning in there. "30 minutes away." Well, depending on the hours, because he's been waiting for hours now. Yeah, it's too late now. I understand that, but earlier, couldn't you have gone home and had him call you when he was ready? Yeah, I know. I went over, and we got raided not too long after that. It should have been gone already. That's why I'm sorry, guys. We're not sprinting anymore because we had stopped and we're just chatting at the end there. It still says sprinting on it. I'm not sprinting anymore. I'm not even. Oops. Monkey says this is his second day, so we will definitely be talking about this. Oh boy. Monkey says, I don't understand. China says he's new. That's so hard. Yeah, is it this late hours all the time, or is it just now and then? Or I guess if you don't know how long it's going to be, it could be difficult. Because, yeah, I wouldn't want to go home for an hour and then turn around and come back another 30 minutes. When did the shift start? 5 to 10? So he's 2 hours over his shift time? Or 1, whatever works. Monkey says, so I was thinking maybe 30 minutes of cleaning. Jenna says some managers are really picky about that. So all he's doing is the cleaning part? He's not, did he work there and now he's cleaning? If this is true, I'll find out. My 2 girls worked really hard to get their cars. So they didn't have to worry about whether or not we were going to use our car and let them drive it. They just had their own, they worked and got their own cars. Okay, so he worked and is now cleaning. But 2 hours after shift, holy cow, what went on in there? Maybe they did have some last minute people and they couldn't get cleaned up earlier. You can't go about cleaning the restaurant when you got people in there eating. Didn't take this long the other night, but now they had more people working in this section. Oh, they have to clean their own sections? I worked in restaurants. The cleanup at the end of the night was terrible. And we couldn't leave until it was all done. Yeah, I hated that. Day shift was the best. And closing was never fun. Jenna says it's great that he's working. Finish your shift, do a few little things, see ya. Yeah, not everybody gets day shift. Okay, it's finally out, Funky says. Don't kill the kid. Okay, see you guys later. Good luck. Take care. Thanks for coming. Jenna says you'll get 3 hours of sleep. Go you. Funky says hope to see you all online. Yeah, we hope to see you too. Remember, don't kill the kid. Good night, Funky. Funky says good night. I don't, those days were long ago and I don't miss them. Now the kids are, their kids are getting almost to the point. I've got one that's 23, so he's already done 4 years in the military. And then I got one coming up on 15, so she'll be looking for work probably, sometime in the next year or two. And then, there's the 14-year-old, though who knows what he'll be doing. He's nothing but trouble. The other one just turned 12. And then the baby, I don't think the baby will be working. He's only a year and a half. That's a little too precocious. You going to be on for a bit, Tessa? I'm going to make a snack. If you're coming back, fine with me. I'll just make a quick trip to the other room, and I'm not sleepy yet. You gonna come back? Sure, why not? Okay, see you in a sec. All right. Bye. I will. Hi, gibberish. Did you just get done work? Oh, no, you said you weren't working, right? We're running over tonight. I forgot you said, I asked you that earlier when you stopped by. You said you weren't working and you weren't doing anything either. That's not a surprise. I'm always still up. It's just that I'm still on. I know I said hours, but sometimes they end up running past. We got a raid right at the very end there. We got raided by Twitch, so we picked up a few people there. Though we really aren't doing anything but talking. Funky just left. He was waiting for his son to get done work so he could take him home from work. Jenna just went to get a snack. What's my favorite place to stream? You mean in my house or with somebody else, or what do you mean? Or do you mean between Twitch and YouTube? There's a lot of different ways that answer can go. Like Twitch or YouTube. I'm happier on YouTube. I know YouTube. I'm just trying to learn Twitch, and it's complicated. I don't understand Twitch at all. So I'm comfortable on YouTube because I've been doing it for so long now. It's been over a year since I've been streaming. So this is all, Twitch is all brand new to me, and I'm not used to it. How's my health? That's a good question. I still have blood clots in my lungs, and that could take months. And I'm in a ton of pain because I can't take all my pain medicine because of the blood thinner. And my broken foot is not completely healed. I'm doing physical therapy on it now, and that hurts. That's not fun. And I prefer to just stay curled up in my bed, which is not a good thing. Then I have to worry about that because I'm spending more time in bed than I am doing anything else, which is not a good thing. I'm definitely depressed. When you don't want to get out of bed, there's a problem. Have you been reading lately? I know you used to come on here and read books, but now that you're working, we hardly ever see you. I started a few books, but I haven't gotten very far in any of them. uh, I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're barely read now, which is kind of sad. But you do have a goal to reach by the end of the year. I hardly read. I used to read at least one book a day, sometimes two, and now I barely pick a book up. And if I do, it's not for more than a few minutes at a time. I just don't have any interest in them. Which is, like you say, it's kind of sad. I used to read all the time. I used to go to the library and fill my sack up with books. And now I barely finish. I don't think there's been anything I've finished. I start and I read a few pages, and it's about as far as I go. Don't do much. Jenna's back. Gibbers joined us. She wasn't working tonight. She said she wasn't going to do anything tonight. You recently finished your book like 3 days, and you started a new one. So you're reading more than I am. I guess Courtney, when we kept on talking about that the subject, decided to leave because she never said anything after that and left. And we were still talking a little bit about it, and I don't think she wanted to hear about it. Or she fell asleep again. She comes in and out all the time. Is that H by U, house by you? I'm trying to figure out what HBU stands for. Parents. uh, I still have problems with parents. My father's still his nursing home, and they got COVID again. He didn't get called, so I assume that he doesn't have it. They shut down the visiting again. Oh. Oh, how about you? And your parents took you off birth control. Yeah, how come? Doesn't sound like a smart move. Not a very smart move at all. My ex-husband says to my oldest daughter, he just comes out and says, "Are you having sex?" And he just looks, she looks at him, she starts to cry. And she's like, "Yes." And he turns to me and says, "Put her on birth control." So child number 2, we didn't get her on birth control early enough. She had a baby. You would think, though, after that discussion, that he would have. No. He upset number 1, got her on birth control, and didn't do anything for number 2. So she had a baby. Because they said it'll give me cancer, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm 18, so now I got to wait in the next 2 months to go set an appointment. They're worried that it's going to give you cancer. I mean, that's been a worry since birth control's been around, and very few people get cancer. Very few people. I mean, that's just crazy. I'm just so mad because my period hurts so bad, and I know I'm going to have to take like 5 Advils. Oh, honestly, I wish I never had a period. Yeah, I know that feeling. Then they put me on birth control pills. They put me in too high a dose, and I lost my period completely. So I was happy. I said, "Yeah, this is great," to the doctor. I said, now I don't even have a period. She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, stop." She goes, "Oh my God, your dose is too high." So she tried to put me on a lower dose, birth control pill, and it never really came back, which was fine with me. Well, that's it. It can help for many reasons. There's a lot of people that don't use it as birth control, but because they need the hormones to settle other problems that they're having, especially with messed up periods and the pain and stuff that you can get from them. Well, I was lucky. I had early menopause, but I had really terrible periods at the end because I had fibroids, and they're non-cancerous most of the time, but they're huge growths in my uterus, and they made me bleed something fierce. Didn't have a lot of pain, but God, it just poured out of me. It was really terrible. It also helps with your acne hormones. Genesis, so do I. Yeah, when I finally hit, it was early menopause. I'm like, yes, thank God. Because you know what? I think twice I got to 11 and a half months and I would get it again. I'm like, son of a bitch. So then I have to start counting all over again. And I think I did that twice before I finally stopped. But I didn't have it all those months. I had, 11 and a half months, and you can't consider yourself in menopause unless you go 12 months without. So 11 and a half months for 2 times in a row, I went through it again. I'm like, son of a bitch. Then it finally happened, and I'm like, yes, thank God, it's over with. And the fibroids gone away, because they go away when you go through menopause. But yeah, I mean, birth control pills do so many things besides birth control. Yeah, I'm sorry, too gibberish. You're going to be able to afford them? I mean, do you have your own insurance? Because if they don't want you taking them, I can't imagine them paying for it. So you do have insurance to cover it. That's good. My daughter had a baby at 41, and I don't know if she had her tubes tied or, tubal ligation, or she's back on birth control. I don't know what she's doing. She's 41. I said, you don't want to do that. Afterwards, she says, I'm sorry I did that because I like, having another baby, but it was a hard birth at 41. Way too old to be having babies. I thought 30 was hard enough. It was 30 with mine last kid, and that was hard enough. Just taking care of one at her age now. She's 41 when she had him, so she's around 42 or so now. I think she's going to be 43. Wait a minute. I guess she's going to be 42. Maybe she was still 40. She's going to be 42, I think. Yeah. Well, my other daughter had a child around that age. She had hers later, but the one that just had the baby has the 23-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a year and a half old baby. And she's going to be 42 very shortly here. I just got my paperwork because I'm about to turn 65. And, well, I didn't get the paperwork. They sent me paperwork, but I didn't fill it out. For my pension, which I hope to God that pension doesn't push me over the thing and I lose my benefits. I'm going to be so upset. But November 1st, get my pension. It's not anything to write home about, that's for sure. But it might be enough to screw me for my benefits. And then I'll be really upset. Chipper says, meanwhile, I hope I never have kids. Then you better hope you can get birth control. Not all people are cut out to be parents. My daughter wanted a lot of kids, but she also lost a lot. She had numerous um, miscarriages. She wanted a lot of kids, but it took her this. She went to a fertility clinic for this one. When she told me that, I says, "You're not taking fertility drugs, are you? The last thing you need is to have like triplets or quadruplets or octuplets or some god awful amount at one time, you know? It's like you can't even afford the kids you got. Last thing you need is that." She says, "No, I didn't take fertility drugs." So she only had one child, but she already had two. And she's finding it rough. She's disabled. She's got a bad arm, permanently nerve damage. And I don't know why she decided to have another baby. She knew it was going to be hard. She's got it, you know, she's got nerve damage in her arm. It's hard to raise a baby when you can't use your arm. I mean, you know, till they get to be a certain age, they they can't take care of themselves. The only kid I want are pets. You want the four-legged kind, the furry kids. I wanted to have 12 kids. When I was younger, I thought it, you know, it was neat. I saw the movie, you know, um, Cheaper by the Dozen. I thought, man, that'd be cool. I want 12 kids. Well, after I had first kid, I'm thinking this over. Time I got to the third one, I said, no, that's it. He's enough. I'm done. And I was 30 years old. I said, I'm not having one after 30. Because I'll tell you, it's a lot different to have kids. When I had my first two, 21 and 22, and then when I was 30, it's a big difference. It's a lot harder. And I told her, I said, you're even 10 years past me. And she's like, no, I want another kid. I'm like, okay. Now she wishes, I mean, she loves them and she doesn't want them gone, but she says wishes she had thought about it more. Because the father's not in the story. All three fathers are not in the story. I don't have any pets right now. I won't have any again, but they're not in my life anymore. But I can enjoy other people's pets. Every time I talk to my one daughter, all I hear is her yelling at the dog all day long. She's still kind of a puppy, so, you know, we're still training. And so the whole time we're talking, I hear her yelling at the dog. Changed my mind about kids around 30, and it worked out. And if I hadn't, I'd be okay with it as well. I'm glad it worked out for you. And that you have a good kid. With a pretty good relationship with her, so that's good. Definitely good. Yeah, you have an amazing kid. Yeah, when you talk about, you know, your relationship and everything, I was like, that's so unusual. You're very lucky. My sister had two, and she had two girls. I had two girls and a boy, and then my brother had three girls. So I was only had the one boy, and then the next generation down, it's just the opposite. They're all boys and one girl. She hates when you cry, though. I think all kids do. I think it makes her uncomfortable, especially teenage girls and teenage boys. It makes boys uncomfortable too. Man, I got a stomach ache. I wonder if it's that stupid chicken I ate. It almost killed me. Oh, yeah. Told her to get used to it because it might be happening for a while. Yeah. She's probably struggling on her own, not able to express her feelings, how she might be feeling about the whole situation. Because my dad's the only one left. We totally agree. Yeah. My dad's the last one. Then I'm the oldest of the next generation. Just charged my laptop. It was dying. Mm. So we still have to go through, my father passing. So that'll be hard on my kids and the grandkids. And the grandkids on on the other the in-law side, because my daughter's father-in-law just passed away. So they're losing somebody pretty young. He didn't even get to see any of them graduate because he was just a tiny bit older than me. I think he was just a little bit older than me. He was still in his 60s, I'm pretty sure. He just passed, so they just went through that. And then my dad's 89, so anytime. Wait, what? We, you may, did you know that Jenna's mother passed away? You may not have been around. It sucks when they get older. Yes, it does. I guess you two are talking in a language I have no idea what you're saying. Well, these initials, I don't understand them. Oh, so you do know that Jenna's mom passed. I'm sorry. No, my dad's still going strong. He's 89 years old. Had a stroke 4 years ago. He's had COVID. Still going strong. He had 2 heart attacks when he was in his late 50s. Still going strong. Oh, she didn't know. It takes getting used. It takes getting used to. It's not something that you can do in a couple days. And it's that 8 years later, and I still have rough days where something will remind me of something, and I'll get upset. Like I said, my daughter and I were both crying the other day. We found something of hers when we were cleaning the apartment, and it started me off, and then she started crying. It's just those little memories. I talked about it here and there through the process of it. Not always, though. You talk about it when you have to. That's all. Yeah. I was talking about my daughter's father-in-law. He didn't get to see the kids graduate. He saw them have kids, but he didn't get a chance to see them graduate. He died young. And that made me sad because he was a nice man, and my daughter really lucked into a great in-law family. And then, here's my dad wanting to die and tell us this every day. Why didn't you let me die? Constantly over and over. And I said, here's someone who wanted very much to be alive, to see his grandchildren graduate and maybe see a great grandkid or a grandkid. Well, they were grandkids, so it'd be great grandkid. And he's not going to do that now. And you're an ornery old cuss, still kicking around. Yeah, that is the sad part. Your mom will miss anything from here on out, including the graduation, any grandchildren. My ex-husband lost his parents really young. Our kids were young when they all passed, his side of the family. My parents were around a long time. Oh, yeah, he misses her very much, and he's ready to go. But God's not ready to let him go. He yells at us and says, let me die. It's like, Dad, we don't have charge of who dies and doesn't die. You'll go when he's ready to let you go. Right now, your job is here on earth. I'm sorry. Not much you can do about it. It was really hard watching how upset he was. I mean, they fought like cats and dogs, but they were close as hell. And they were married almost 60 years when she passed. So, it was a long marriage. So I lost my spouse in a different way. And I still lost him. You kind of mourn him in a different kind of way, but, I mourn the loss, but he's still alive. I've been divorced 21 years. I think I'm going on 22. 22? Or 23? This is 2021. Yeah, I'm going on 22 years. September will be 22 years. I've been divorced. I was married for 23 years. Yeah, I gotta go to sleep too. It's getting late. We plan to be here Saturday. Okay. What's today? Thursday. In 2 days. All right. I'll see you guys. Good night, Gibberish. Good night, Jenna. I'm starting to get tired too. I know. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. All right, Gibberish. We'll pop in when you get a chance. I know you're working now. It makes it harder. We miss you. You're welcome. Good night.